it over to you now.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Rose Turner. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I work at DVIS, Domestic Violence Intervention Services. I've been here almost 5 years. Prior to that, I worked in child welfare for 20 years, and then after child welfare, I worked at the Children's Advocacy Center for another 14. So when I came to DVIS, people were like, "You left child abuse and neglect," and I was like, there's such a close interface of child abuse and neglect and domestic violence that it really is still the same journey. And so since I've been at DVIS, I've gotten involved in the continuum of care, which has been really exciting to see that level of collaboration and just problem solving, because we all know we can't do it alone. So Erin asked me to present on domestic violence dynamics, and bring forth some of the standards also required in our continuum of care and found in the service manual. So really, this could probably be a week-long class, but I know I only have like an hour and a half with you all. So if I talk fast, slow me down if you didn't get what I said, and ask questions as they come up. And I'm going to share my screen. Sorry, my allergies. It's not COVID. My allergies are starting to flare up. So we're going to start. Is there anything else we need to cover before we start the PowerPoint, Erin?
No, you're good to go.
Okay, great. Can everybody see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Technology is always the challenge. So you kind of go, "Oh, you got it. You got it." I already told you that I'm the Chief Administrative Officer of DVIS. And, oops, is it not going? Can you see that?
Okay. Yep.
There it did. Okay. So today, briefly, I'm going to cover really just a high-level domestic violence overview with the types of abuse, touch on confidentiality, which is really the foundation of any of the work that we do. Also, we're going to touch on some safety planning techniques, because in every interface that we have at DVIS with an individual, whether it's ongoing therapy or, a one-time intervention on the phone, we always do safety planning. We're going to talk about the emergency transfer plan found in the service manual for Way Home for Tulsa, and then just best practices in victim services. No magic answers, but really want to also garner your input at that point as well. So when we talk about domestic violence, a lot of folks, what would you say? What does domestic violence look like if you're trying to identify it? Does anybody know what domestic violence looks like? And everybody's sleepy this morning, and that's okay. I'm really more an interaction. You see, I use my hands a lot.
Well, and we can use the chat too. So if anybody wants to drop those answers in the chat, that would work as well.
Yep, absolutely. So a lot of times what I hear is, "He never hit me. I've never had any marks." Oh, physical. Randy said physical. Yeah. And oftentimes I will utilize the she pronoun for a survivor and a he for an offender, but it can be a male survivor, can be, because it could be a male-male relationship, could be a female-female relationship, could be a female-male relationship. So manipulation, yep, saw that. That's good. And oftentimes individuals will say, "Well, it's not domestic violence because I've never been hit." Well, really, this is the critical piece of the definition for domestic violence. Is that it is a pattern of abusive behaviors, and it is used to gain control, gain and maintain control. It's that these bolded letters: coercive power and control. It isn't about anger. It's not about, "Oh, I just lost my temper." It's about that pattern of coercive power and control over another person in a relationship. And here at Domestic Violence, we primarily deal with intimate partner violence, and it could be a current or an ex-partner. That's not to say that there aren't domestically violent relationships like between neighbors, and I think laws, laws have expanded to provide protection with that as well. And it's very, very common, if you look at this statistic, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience severe intimate partner physical violence, and really that risk increases if there is housing insecurity, which is really a pretty scary. So we're going to go on, and it talks about homeless women are often victims of domestic violence. And many of you are already aware that our last point in time count in 2023, there was over 50%. It was actually 54% reported having experienced it in the last point in time count. That wasn't necessarily all women. However, it is a huge factor in that leads to homelessness. So when we talk about that coercion and control, we really anchor to this power and control wheel. And in the center here, you see that there's the power and control. And all of these spokes, the outer ring is physical violence and sexual violence. But again, those aren't the only elements that you can see within a domestically violent relationship. There's that economic abuse, financial. What might that look like to somebody if you're seeing financial or economic abuse? You can put it in the chat. Withholding their money. Yep. Thank you, Caitlin. Stealing their money. Absolutely. It is. And, there's lots of different relationships that share financial duties. So it isn't that, because that's been an agreement people have embraced, but it is when somebody is using that power and control, controlling everything they do with money. Maybe they get an allowance, or maybe they have to account for every single thing that they spend. Using coercion and threats, even, let me back up a little bit on the economic abuse, even preventing them from getting or keeping a job. In terms of, you see a lot of offenders show up at individuals' jobs so that they eventually lose it because they've created so much chaos within that work environment. That is another big one. And so coercion and threats, that's where it could be explicit threat, or it could be an explicit threat. I've seen individuals who've reported that I knew if it was going to be a bad evening wherever our home was, if he took the gun out and placed it beside the bed or beside our sleeping bags, and it wasn't for protection, it was to let me know that you better do what I say. And so that would be, an implicit threat. Didn't have to say anything, but that gun spoke volumes right there. Some of those coercion and threats even reflect in if somebody has filed for a protective order, that there would be pressure placed on them by that individual or family or friends for them to drop the protective order, which is why you see a lot of the back and forth of, I thought, they were being safe. Now, the protective order is just a piece of paper, so it is always critical when discussing if somebody wants to file a protective order, the pros and cons of that, because oftentimes that can escalate. Oh, I missed that chat. What did it say? That used, go ahead. What were you going to say, Erin? What it was?
Oh, I didn't know if you could see it, so I was going to read it for you, but looks like you
That'd
can
be
see
good.
it.
So I can see it when it flashes up, but then it goes away.
Got it. It says, I always use the example of going through a breakup and threatening to kill themselves or them if they left.
Absolutely. That threat of suicide, definitely a huge piece of manipulation. Saying I'm going to report you to, child welfare if there's children involved, all of those coercion threats, using intimidation, those two oftentimes go hand in hand. Making an individual afraid, gestures, even looks, just you can communicate even without like smashing things, but smashing things and destroying property is a big thing. Threats and actions of abusing a person's pet. You know, how many of you have pets? I can't see you all, but I would bet if you have a pet, yep, there I see some hands, Julia, yep. They're part of your family. And so you don't want anything to happen to that family member. So emotional abuse, that is a real key trigger point to control somebody. Because if you've told somebody often enough that they're stupid, they're ugly, they don't deserve anybody, you're the only person that will ever put up with them, individuals start to believe that, or they'll tell them that they're crazy. That's where they do a lot of gaslighting, making them responsible for everything, playing mind games, just humiliating them, and making them feel guilty and responsible. That is huge emotional abuse. There's a lot of that going on. I know we have offenders groups here that are outlined by the Oklahoma Attorney General's office as to how they have to be run. And it has like 11 different topics. One week we were going over what's a proper apology, because remorse and accountability are key in an offender having any sort of rehabilitation. Changing these behaviors in this power and control wheel and exhibiting healthy behaviors in each of those folks. But we were talking about a proper apology. And so I was watching because I was supervising the facilitator, and she was like, okay, give me an example of a proper apology you all did last week. And one guy who had just started and was still pretty, mouthy and cocky, he said, well, I told her I was sorry. She was such a dumb bee, he used the word dumb bee, that she couldn't even figure out the right candy bar to get me from Quick Trip. And laughed and laughed and laughed afterwards. And the facilitator was waiting to see if those group dynamics would kick in, and it did. And guys who had been in the group and were really engaged a lot longer were like, man, that ain't even funny. That is not what a proper apology is. That, and they called out something in the power and control wheel in terms of emotional abuse and intimidating. And the guy was just like, I was just joking. And then people called him on that too. No, you weren't joking, because those words came out of your mouth. So, I mean, it goes from words all the way up to physical intimidation. Using male privilege. Oftentimes, like I said, males can be survivors as well, but it's really like 96% of the time they are the offender. And they'll use that male privilege in terms of treating someone like a servant, making, they're going to make all the big decisions, that they are the master of whatever goes on. And so they define the roles in terms of what individuals can and cannot do within their family. They can also use the children as a weapon. Sometimes they will try to get children, even if a person is separated from and has a healthy separation from that person and is on a healthy path and journey, the offender will try to manipulate them through the children, like if they have to exchange children. Even being late by 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, that again, exhibiting that I'm in control here. You can't tell me what time I have to be here. But also sometimes threatening to take the children away and painting the individual as she's crazy, she doesn't know what she's doing. But then also, this is another huge one, that survivors who are still caught in that cycle believe the offender, minimizes, denies, or blames. And the survivor also said, oh, it wasn't that bad. He only hit me once. Really not taking concerns seriously. So oftentimes it's hard for a survivor to reach out and access help and assistance. There's that shame, there's that guilt of, I shouldn't have let this happen to me. I don't have anything better, because they're still caught in that cycle of believing maybe all the horrible things that were said about them. And in any cycle of violence, you have really probably these three. This is a simplistic reflection of what goes on. There's that tension building phase where the survivor knows that things are getting more uncomfortable in the house, and that they're building up to a big explosion. And then there is that acute crisis phase where that is that explosion. And sometimes a survivor, they do not cause it, but they know it's going to happen. So they would rather get it over with rather than continue to wait and walk on eggshells, because a lot of times after that acute crisis phase comes that honeymoon phase where there's the apologies of, I'm so sorry, I would never do that again. I will never hurt you. I didn't mean to do that. I love you. You're the center of my life. But then that cycle starts all over again. So oftentimes people are like, why does a survivor return to an offender? Oftentimes their value and their worth is tied up in that person, and they have succumbed to that emotional abuse, that their self-esteem is just totally robbed. And people always want to have that hope. I don't care who you are. You want to have that hope that somebody is going to love you. You're going to be able to build that life together. You're going to be supportive for each other. Um, and so there's that return, but offenders who haven't worked on their behaviors will continue to fall back into this cycle, because to them it is about power and control. So in Oklahoma, we're first in the nation for a lot of things we don't want to be. This is another one of those. We are actually second in the nation for the number of women murdered by men. And that was according to the Violence Policy Center. The state that is first is Alaska. And if you look at it over the last 20 years, DV homicides have not declined in Tulsa. And we really have a death rate 2 times higher than Oklahoma City. And Oklahoma City is bigger than us. We're trying to figure out, what are the things that are going on? What's happening here? Children who witness domestic violence, they're 3 times more likely to engage in that behavior and become a victim or a perpetrator if there is no intervention. With intervention, evidence-based practices and interventions, you can deal with someone's trauma and reshape that path in recovery. So, unfortunately, children involved in domestic violence incidents can end up killed as well. In 2021, 19 children were killed, which is really, really, it just rips your heart out. And I think this is really pretty, this percentage is underrated, that children are present in 30% of all DV related events. I think it's even higher. It is definitely higher. So I had asked earlier what you thought it looked like, and some of you had already identified this. It can be physical, and that's a lot easier to identify for anybody, even a person experiencing it. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. But oftentimes it takes other forms. There could be emotional, verbal, which we talked about, sexual abuse. A lot of times in our groups, so we have a women's step group. If we have a male survivor, we don't have enough to do a group, but we'll go over information with them. But that sexual abuse, a woman is like, well, either I'm in a long-term relationship with them or I'm married to them. I can't say no, because that's what I'm supposed to do. And that is absolutely not. Your consent is needed no matter what type of relationship you're in. And that is really kind of a light bulb moment for many individuals. We talked about that financial abuse behavior. Religious abuse. How might somebody be involved in a domestically violent relationship with religious abuse? What might that look like? Using their religious beliefs against them. Yep, that's right. Cultish behaviors. Yep. Even the fact of, now I want to be very clear. Religious supports can be just that, very much a religious support. Religious shaming, that's Bailey, yep, absolutely. That is a big one as well. But sometimes, depending on what people's beliefs are, sometimes they're told, well, you need to remain in this relationship. You've committed to it. You need to forgive that person. And it's almost like putting the onus and blame on the survivor. And oftentimes they'll, not just religious leaders, but individuals in a person's life might recommend couples counseling. That is one of the most dangerous elements for a survivor to engage in, because if they feel safe talking in the counseling, it could really explode afterwards. Justifying their actions using religion, really that guilt and that shame, because it puts them at a greater risk of future harm if they do not comply. So stalking is considered domestic violence. And like I said, I'm talking about intimate partner violence. Certainly stalking occurs with individuals who are not intimate partners, and then there's still protective measures you can take, but it's different steps. But stalking is done a lot through following individuals, knowing their patterns, showing up at the same places that they are, in person, those types of things. But stalking can also take the form of digital domestic violence, which in our advanced age of technology, there are so many more ways to really torment and try to maintain power and control over an individual. Which, technology is always good and bad, but this is one of those bad parts of it. I was working with an individual who said that she had left and was in the process of filing divorce, but she had the car because it was in her name. But somehow her offender, accessed the OnStar. I don't have that in my car. OnStar, does anybody have that? And started talking to her through that, and really making all kinds of threats. And she was really, really terrified. So we made some connections with folks at one of the dealerships to disable that and make sure that that was not happening anymore. But I would have never thought of that as an element. So it can look so many different ways. So it isn't just physical, but the effects on somebody who has experienced this and does not receive any type of intervention, psychologically, wow. Lots of mental health issues, anxiety, depression, PTSD, and those are some of the biggest ones that we deal with when we're working with individuals seeking assistance. Suicidal behavior, low self-esteem. The physical, boy, that's going to affect individuals lifelong, because that chronic stress on your system, the cortisol starts to flow through your system constantly and breaks down your system. So you could end up with asthma. Now, everybody who has asthma does not mean that they've suffered domestic violence or vascular disease, but all of these, you see a higher incidence of that within intimate individuals who've suffered intimate partner violence. You see that reproductive, you're going to have gynecological disorders, maybe STDs, STIs, unintended pregnancies. That can be a really big area of power and control. And you see it reflected in babies, low birth weight, prenatal deaths, or perinatal deaths. Socially, even though somebody might know about services, they are restricted from accessing services for their health, services for, mental health, strained relationships with healthcare providers, because a survivor is always trying to, in the victim stage, they're always trying to hide what's going on. They're going to avoid questions. They're going to avoid accessing healthcare. And really, one of the biggest one is isolating individuals from social networks. Because remember, the offender is all about power and control. They are not going to let anybody influence this person. So they isolate them more and more and more, so that they become so dependent on that one person. And it can result in homelessness, either if they're fleeing a domestically violent relationship, or because their partner has just literally destroyed anything that they have within their life because of trying to maintain that power control. You'll see some behavioral things that occur commonly, a lot of unprotected sex, having multiple partners, because they may, a person may go from one person to another looking for that validation, but oftentimes they track with the same type of individual, because remember, their self-esteem has already been just chopped to the core. So there needs to be that intervention in terms of, obviously we need to meet the basic needs first, but then moving up in terms of those dealing with the trauma that they've experienced. People say, oh, it's because they have mental health, or they're high, or they're using substances that an offender reacts that way. And that is not the case. Those things do not cause domestic violence. They might exacerbate it. And you might see that. Oops, wow, everything went away here. It might exacerbate it, but also a survivor might choose to begin utilizing substances and alcohol just to kind of dull the pain, or maybe forced to do so by their partner as well. Children has that impact. You know, oftentimes people say, oh, the kids weren't around, the kids didn't hear it. My mom always said when we were growing up, little pictures have big ears, meaning kids always hear things, even if you don't think that they hear it. But children internalize that, and obviously children's responses are, they are not able to verbalize as easily as adults, even though some adults struggle with that. They're going to show you through their emotions and their behavior. So they oftentimes become more aggressive and antisocial, or really fearful. They aren't as highly skilled in social situations and are afraid of doing so because they are never sure of what's going to happen, which also results in poor academic performance, because they're always kind of on that hyper alert, hyper vigilance of what's going to happen. So, and like I said earlier, there's a high correlation between a DV and child abuse. When we talk about DV, certainly there are lethality factors to really be concerned with. It increases the risk of death, or being maimed or seriously hurt. And those things that we always need to be aware of that increase that danger are strangulation. If there is an event of strangulation, and oftentimes survivors will minimize that. Well, I only blacked out for a couple of seconds. Strangulation, somebody can, with minimal amount of force, 7 to 8 pounds of pressure on the neck, they can kill somebody within 15 seconds. And that is really, really scary. And then there's lingering results of that in terms of the internal swelling in the vocal cord area, and which can cause suffocation. It can also result in mini strokes, and that might not happen until a couple weeks later. So it is incredibly important for anybody who reports strangulation that they be checked out by a sane nurse. And a sane nurse is a sexual assault nurse exam. Sexual assault increases the dangerousness, because if somebody is doing things to your body that you don't want them to do, it increases the danger and potential to be killed. You'll see violence increase if you talk to some individuals. They'll say, well, it started out as just emotional abuse, but then it eventually increased. It escalated to physical violence, and it usually escalates further and further, that if someone doesn't leave, then it can result in death. Substance abuse and unemployment can definitely impact the dangerousness, because with substance abuse, people lose control of what is really okay and not okay, and may enter into a phase because of the substances in their body that they have no clue as to the amount of force they're using, what they're doing. Unemployment increases that agitation. I don't know if any of you all saw, it was a case out of New York. It was probably now about 20 years ago. Some of you might not even be that old. I'm older. But it was the case of Susan. It was on, Diane Sawyer interviewed her, and it talked about this individual. her husband, who made their 13-year-old film him just really as a verbal barrage, and then it escalated into physical assault. And he was having the 13-year-old. They had 3 kids, a 6, a 13-year-old, and a 19-year-old. But he was having the 13-year-old film what was going on, which was just horrible. But he, in his mind, said he went to court. It went to court because she eventually got up the support to leave him, and the judge like almost broke down in tears and gave him the most he could give him, and it was 36 years. He couldn't give him any more, and he's supposed to get out pretty soon. Ulner was his name, but in his mind, even in the courtroom, he said, well, yeah, that shows how stupid she is. And he was perfectly okay with having his 13-year-old film all the abuse. And he was unemployed, and so he tracked almost every minute of her day. Calling her phone, calling her place of employment, having her when are you getting the kids, that type of thing. And then we talked a lot about this when individuals, we know the danger increases also if there are those threats of, if you leave me, I'm going to kill myself, because oftentimes that results in really a murder suicide, because they may be threatening to kill themselves, but they're also not going to let that individual leave and be with anybody else, so they will kill them also. That's why these are such high lethality factors to always be aware of. So when we work with this population, confidentiality is critical. People oftentimes don't reach out for help because of the shame and the guilt. And if they tell somebody, they want to make sure that their information is held and protected at the highest level possible. And as professionals, we all have ethical responsibilities. And I know specifically with the domestic violence population, the confidentiality statute surrounding their protection of information rises to a higher standard, because oftentimes we'll get subpoenas or people calling and say, you have to tell us because we've worked with them. No, we have to respect and hold very gently the privacy of clients and the information they provide to us, because for them to become vulnerable and talk to us is an incredible thing. Victim rights laws protect their identity and information, and part of the reason confidentiality is so strict regarding domestic violence survivors is because we don't want the offender to find them. So we want to, have confidential as to where our shelter is, or where they've maybe relocated, where they're working. We want to protect that information as much as possible, and only with written consent, written releases of information can we release information to somebody who inquires about a survivor that we're serving. And that written consent has to be very specific as to what information, who are we releasing it to, and it's time limited. It can't just be a release of information to the DHS worker. It has to be very specific about what we can and cannot. And I know it's frustrating if you've worked with somebody maybe who is getting our services, and maybe you've even referred them to our shelter, our services, and you'll call and say, hey, I'm just checking on them. And the response you're going to get if there's no release of information is, I cannot confirm or deny. And people are like, but I referred them to you. And it's like, I know that, but that doesn't give you just free reign for the information. Even with law enforcement, sometimes they'll show up with information, and we have very strict guidelines in terms of we still have to get releases of information. Now, obviously, there's times where they get specific court orders that we have to give information where we wouldn't before. But what we will say is, if we encounter this individual, we'll give them the message. What message would you like us to give them? So I know that can be very, very frustrating. They can also withdraw their release of information at any time. We had one individual a couple of years ago we were working with, and she would sign releases of information. She was working with both the tribe and DHS. She would sign information releases, and then 24 hours later, she'd rip it up. So the workers were getting very frustrated, But as we explained, we cannot confirm or deny. We have to have a current release if we are in fact working with this individual. But the other piece is really for their safety. It is critical. Somebody doesn't want all their information out there, because an offender, again, we're going back to that power control. If they feel like they've lost somebody, it's not about getting somebody back that they love. It's about controlling. I'm going to leave you or let you go when I think it's appropriate, not when you want to. We've had instances where actually this week an offender showed up at agency across the street from our shelter saying, I'm the security person. Tell me what you know about the fence here and all that access. Obviously, that business was aware of what we do. And so they called us to let us know that individual was stalking their person, and we were able to relocate them to a different shelter. But individuals will, at offenders will just pull out all the stops if they really want to get that person back in their life if somebody has left. So that's very, very scary. So confidentiality is huge, key to any social service interaction. And specifically for DV, it is very restricted, and we aren't going to release any information unless we have that release from the person themselves. And so you always want to start right. And maintaining confidentiality really helps build that trust, protects other individuals from potential harm. And like I said, you want to be pretty specific about releases. At least we are within the DV field in terms of you don't necessarily need to just share every little thing that is going on with somebody, but that's why you have to be very specific. What is pertinent to that person's ongoing care and treatment? And part of the responsibility we have as professionals is we need to explain to that individual that these are your options, so that they can make an informed choice. You don't want to withhold options because you don't think it's a good option for them, because they're in charge of their life. They get to determine what is the best course of action for me. So if you're withholding information, that's based on your values, your desire for them. But again, we have to allow individuals that right to self-determination. And sometimes that is really, really hard to do because you're like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. But they still have to make that decision. And we can help them by helping them make informed choices. And the best way to protect those clients is really by informed consent. Do they understand what we're telling them? Are they wanting to have this service? Do they know the full extent of what this service is or what it could provide to them? Sometimes we maybe have worked in positions for a long time, so we maybe gloss over that informed consent piece. And individuals sometimes are shaking their head when really that doesn't mean yes. They're just acknowledging that they understand that they know you're talking. But so we need to verify that when we've told somebody something, they understand it and really are giving consent for what we've told them. A yes is not always a yes. Like my husband, if he says yes, I'll say, does that yes mean yes, I heard you? Yes, I agree with you. Or yes, I'll do it. And he'll say, stop interviewing me. But a yes is not always a yes. So we need to make sure individuals understand what the choices we're presenting them. So I told you we always do safety planning with individuals. Some points to consider when safety planning would be asking that individual, what people or persons might be a threat to you or your children's safety if they have their children with them. Talk to them about, are there 3 people you can trust? And just because they've identified somebody, we probably need to pull out a little bit more. Are they able to protect you? Are there protective factors in place there? That those people that you can trust, that could keep copies of your documents. That is one of the biggest barriers for individuals leaving, that they don't have the important papers that they need once they leave. So if they can help, if we can help them identify, and it's hard to carry papers on you all the time. I mean, I don't know, do you all carry your birth certificate, your social security card, all that on you? It's like, no. So who can you trust? And sometimes family members are not people that they can trust because they're gonna let the offender know where they're at, that they have these documents, and destroying somebody's documents is one of the biggest forms of control that somebody can have. We really want to talk to the person about what are some ways people might gain access, that this person might gain access to you. Are there phone calls? Is your GPS on? Are they following you? Are they asking friends? Are they asking family? Because that way you can build safety plans around that as well. In terms of, this is who you can let know where your location. This is who, if you want to contact them, you need to be more careful about it. Let's turn off your tracking services. Let's, if you have a email or a Gmail, maybe we need to set up a new one because they can, that person might know all the passwords to that. What are some emergency numbers you can call if you or your children can call if your abuser shows up unexpectedly? Because some people don't really know that. And so we need to concretely work with them and come up with this plan. What are some things you could do to reduce the risk of your abuser finding you in terms of, I am a pretty routine person. You could probably plot out my week. And if I would have an abuser, they would probably know where to find me on Mondays. They would know when I go grocery shopping. They would know when I do whatever. So helping individuals change up their routine, because abusers know routines, because remember, they're focused on that power and control. They're going to know what someone's routine is. So changing up individuals' routines. What areas of town should somebody avoid to decrease the risk of running into the offender? Or even mutual friends, because sometimes friends unintentionally say, "Oh, I ran into so and so," and then that's a clue of how to find you. And also talking to the individual about what is the most likely way an abuser could cause you harm. In terms of a situation you might find yourself in, so that then you can safety plan around that. What are some other options? You have to go to the grocery store. Possibly now, since COVID, you might be able to order groceries, but you also, if you're homeless, you don't have a place they can deliver the groceries to. So what are the elements we can do to create those safety factors? These are just really some of them. Some of the elements we talk to individuals about, because every individual has different patterns, different exposures, different experiences, also different resources and supports. So really being able to build supports and resources and thinking about what are the patterns I need to change to keep me safe until this individual is moves on or is in jail or whatever might happen. So when safety planning, these are some really helpful numbers. Of course, 911 in emergencies, or here's the non-emergency number, that if they filed a protective order and individuals show up, they can call, depending on the situation. Did they show up? Have they left? If it's an emergency, 911. If it's non-emergency, you want to file with them that they violated the protective order, or you can file that report online as well. Here's our DIVIS 24-hour hotline, and it is really 9187 help me is how I remember it, and then I poke it out on my phone. COPES for mental health emergencies, because sometimes those interactions with an offender push individuals into really mental health crises. And we're seeing a lot of that with individuals who come to our shelter. Years ago, it was, domestic violence, pure domestic violence we were dealing with. Now we've seen individuals who are dealing with domestic violence, mental health challenges, as well as substance abuse issues. So it's become a population that we need to find all those different resources for. If they want to file a protective order, they can go down to the Family Safety Center Monday through Friday. They're open. We have legal employees embedded there, individuals. We have 6 advocates who will help them go through the process of filling out the protective order. They won't do it for them, but they will help them because it's multiple pages, which sometimes is a barrier in and of itself to folks. As well as we have attorneys if if they need a attorney representation, they can fill a packet out for that to see if they can be accepted for that. Those are just some of the, right off the top of my head. We also have, oh, I think I might have that on the last slide. We have a text number from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. that we opened up during COVID because everybody was isolated in their homes and couldn't necessarily call. And we've continued it beyond because it is such it's an element that people communicate with. And actually, we had an individual who was at our shelter that had been contacted and told one of her close relatives was in the hospital. And so she went to the hospital, but it was her offender who had made those plans, and he kidnapped her from there and took her and was holding her hostage in a hotel. But she used the opportunity on the first evening when he had fallen asleep and text line and told them where she was, please call police. And they went and recovered her and returned her to the shelter. So, it's lots of different ways to communicate. So I know one of the critical things for this continuum of care is the standards. We all have standards to adhere to. One of them is emergency transfer plans. And this is found in the service manual. I have the very specific sections and then kind of a high overview of what those sections say. So we're going to briefly touch on that, but I wanted you to have that the specific section to review. So if after today it's like, oh gosh, what was that? You can refer to that. And of course that can be found on the website as well if you don't have it handy. So I love websites. So really it's in section 2.12.1 to 2.12.5. So there's key components. So when you're dealing with an individual who qualifies, there's individuals who qualify that you're working with qualify for emergency transfers if regarding housing situations. They qualify if they're a survivor of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking. And if they have expressly requested a transfer. You might think they need to transfer because of maybe the danger level, but they may not be wanting to transfer. So those are two different things. Again, we go back to the client's right to self-determination, but safety planning at all levels. So the client really reasonably, that's kind of hard to say, reasonably believes there's a threat of imminent harm to them or further violent, wow, this is a touchy little mouse I have, or further violence, or the client is a survivor of sexual assault with the sexual assault occurring on the premises during the previous 90 days of the request for transfer, because it may be that that's just a place they cannot live anymore because of the trauma that happened to them. So key components would be identifying the threat, and then mobilizing their resources and secure a safe location. So that's 2.12.1. And then 2.12.2 is, what does the process entail? So the participant has to submit an emergency request directly to the program staff, and then they're going to communicate with their coordination center to inform them that really an emergency request is being made. So there's that internal and external communication that is going on. And participants can seek that transfer, an internal and external emergency transfer at the same time. If a safe unit is not immediately available, they continue to work on that. The participant, if they receive tenant-based assistance, rental assistance, the program is going to take reasonable steps to support that participant in securing a new safe unit as soon as possible. And so really it's kind of an ongoing flow, because we know just because we want a new safe place right away, it isn't always just immediately available. We know that within Tulsa and many other cities around the nation, safe, affordable housing is not just easily accessible, but this guides your process. And for the internal transfer, immediate steps if there's a safe unit available. Really some of the same steps. The request for the internal emergency transfers should receive at least the same priority as the program provides to other types of transfer requests. If there isn't one immediately available, The program staff talk to the participant, explain their options, and at all costs, do safety planning, safety planning, safety planning. So the participant can wait till a safe unit becomes available, request an external emergency transfer, or pursue both at the same time. So that's that. Next step. Oops. But my mouse sometimes works and then it doesn't work. Going back to confidentiality. This is one of those critical elements within this process during an emergency transfer, really to ensure that information is held very close. Strict measures to prevent disclosure of the new location, because if somebody is fleeing that domestically violent relationship or that sexual assault, dating violence, we have to hold that information close, because we don't want them to continue to be vulnerable in the new arena and housing situation that they are set up in. So any information provided by the client when they're requesting an emergency transfer must be kept in strict confidence. So they should, employees or contractors should not have access to the information unless they're explicitly authorized to do so by law. So it should not be entered into any shared database or disclosed unless the disclosure is requested or consented to in writing, as we talked about, by the individual. Required for use in an eviction proceeding or hearing, or if it's otherwise required by applicable law. So this is really, really critical, because we don't want to continue to place this individual at risk. And if they're at risk again, then they might request another transfer, and continually moving is really difficult for anyone, for that person and or their children. And then 2.12.5 encompasses where a family is receiving tenant-based rental assistance, separates as part of the emergency transfer. The family members receiving the emergency transfer will retain the rental assistance when possible. The program is going to work with Away Home for Tulsa and the household to support an effective transfer within that situation. Where the program is not a good fit for the family members receiving the emergency transfer, they might be able to intervene, provide further options. And so this is very well outlined within the service standard manual. I just gave you kind of a high overview of it. But throughout any of this, best practice when working with this population is we need to be very trauma informed and make sure that we have victim-centered services. And I don't say this lightly in terms of showing compassion is the highest form of respect for an individual. Meet the client where they're at. We may not be able to fulfill all their needs, but we need to be able to show interests. People can tell when you disengage from a conversation and if you really don't have compassion. And again, compassion is different. They don't want sympathy. It is empathy and compassion. At the same time, we don't want to make that person totally dependent on us because we're the professional, because then we really aren't promoting their independence. But always being mindful of, the many different cultural and ethnic characteristics that a person embraces and presents with, because we have to focus on that person-centered approach. What do they need as an individual? Not, oh, we think this is a good fix for you. And they're like, that really doesn't even embrace my identity as to who I am. And again, you might present many different things, but we can never force individuals to do things because they have the right to determine that themselves. I know sometimes individuals will say, if we're working with a survivor, well, they're still living with the offender. You need to make them leave. We can't make anybody do anything. They need to choose and make those choices for themselves in order to really strengthen their own sense of identity. Even individuals who come to the shelter and leave and maybe return to the offender, we can't make them stay at the shelter. What we can do is we can provide people with the best information, what their options are, and again, non-judgmental, continuing to show that compassion, because they may return. My guess is they'll find themselves in the same situation very shortly. We want to always have the opening for them to come back and access services. So really, that just validating that individual with who they are, where they're at, and being able to provide support to meet their needs and encouraging them along the way. Using those good communication skills, like I talked about, empathetic, flexible, respectful, validate their experience. Sometimes a person might say, oh, you probably hear this all the time, you don't want to hear it. No, I want to hear from you what it is you're experiencing, what you believe, what you would like. Again, provide harm reduction options. At the shelter, you cannot have drugs and alcohol, cannot use drugs and alcohol in the shelter. Now, when they leave the shelter, we can't control what they do. Doesn't mean we won't let them back in as long as they aren't a threat to self or others. We'll try to access other services for that. But we will work with them in terms of what are some harm reduction behaviors, because we want you to remain safe. And really that unconditional regard for anyone that we're assisting to improve their health so that we can help them develop safety, well-being, and permanence. Any of us want those three things in our life. We all want safety. We all want well-being, which looks like so many different things: well-being in health, well-being in social interactions, well-being in finances. But we also want permanence. Safety, well-being, and permanence. Well-being and permanence are key factors, and how do we embrace that and help individuals pursue that? Again, we can't make anybody do anything. So are there any questions? I think I have 2 more slides after we do questions. No questions. Comments? Or concerns? I really like to train in person better. Because then I can see your eyes. So,
Rose, if you want to stop sharing, you might be able to see people. I'm just kind of thinking through, are there any specific questions that you've encountered while working with folks that you'd like for Rose to address?
and I'm going to go through the last 2 slides, but then I'll answer questions
Okay.
because along with this, Maya Angelou, she said, I'm not sure if resilience is ever achieved alone. You know, we talk about people being resilient, but she said, it's not ever achieved alone. Experience allows us to learn from example. But if we have someone who loves us, and I don't mean indulges us, but who loves us enough to be on our side, it is easier to grow resilience and grow belief in yourself and grow self-esteem. And it is self-esteem that allows a person to stand up. That really encompasses what we do every day for individuals who reach out to us for help. And then here again was our slide with the 24-hour crisis line. And then this is the text line. So just want to finish that, but now we can go back to, did it stop sharing? You good? Okay.
Yeah, I muted myself. Yes, you're good
yes.
now.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or things that they run into? I will share that a lot of our DV shelters are full a lot. But if there's a high lethality situation, if law enforcement is called out, they are supposed to, in a DV situation, they're supposed to fill out it's called LAP, lethality assessment protocol. It's 11 questions they ask. And if they meet the high lethality, it is a tool that was utilized in Maryland, evidence-based, and then adopted in Oklahoma and became part of our state law that in DV situations, they're supposed to fill that out, because if they fall within the high lethality category within these 11 questions, then they're supposed to connect them with a DV organization immediately. And so our crisis line oftentimes during the day, after hours, on the weekends, gets calls from law enforcement. And if they are, so an advocate gets on the line then and tries to problem solve. Do you have family? Do you have friends? Because most people are more comfortable with family or friends if they're safe to stay. It may be that we have to facilitate some type of transportation, getting them a bus ticket because family might not be in town, or friends might not be in town. But really working with them to be safe. As a last resort, if they need shelter, we will accept them into the shelter. Even if it's high lethality, even if we're full, we're going to take them in at least for the night and then try to relocate them or plan with them maybe another safe place, because even if they're full, it may be that they'll be sleeping on a family room couch, but we want them to be safe for the night. So we work cooperatively with law enforcement on that. And it isn't that we're trying to keep them out of the shelter, but we will do safety planning to see what other resources they have. Because like I said, most people are more comfortable with family and or friends if we can identify them. On occasion, we worked with some of the law enforcement have access to temporary monies for maybe like a short hotel stay, maybe one night. And so again, we want to connect them to that advocate for that ongoing planning and safety and steps to lead to their independence and well-being. So you might hear the shelter's full, but if it's high lethality, and high lethality means they're at risk of death or imminent harm within the next 24 hours. Let's see. There's a chat.
Keep muting myself. Says, what if someone reports that they have a family member, but they go to another unsafe place they didn't convey to the officer? Now they need a different place to stay.
They can call the crisis line at any time and problem solve to try to find what is a safe place for them, or do they need to come into the shelter? What's the risk? We're gonna go over what are the risks, what are the lethality points, and problem solve with them on that. Now during the day in our outpatient, we have our Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5 at our outpatient office. They'll deal with crisis walk-ins if somebody finds themselves in the middle of the day. So evenings and after hours, or even during the day, they can use the crisis line. The crisis line is answered over at outpatient, like I said, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, but they will also see walk-ins, crisis walk-ins to deal with their situation. And then after hours, the crisis line goes over to the shelter. Did that answer that for you, Bailey? Okay, great. Any other questions? And sometimes as professionals, we run into situations and that we're like, oh, I don't know, is this domestic violence? You know, because people, again, feel shame and guilt, so they don't share a lot of things. But you can always call our outpatient offices, you know, Monday through Friday to problem solve about what might be some resources for this individual. If you feel like you have a good relationship with them, that we can do those professional consults with one another, just like we reach out to you all in terms of, oh my goodness, what do we need here? And so that's always open and available. The average number of times a survivor returns to their abuser is, on average, it's 7 to 8 times, which individuals working with them sometimes become very frustrated. And so as professionals, well, individuals outside of the DV realm sometimes get frustrated because we're like, why do you keep returning to that situation? And so, but we want to continue to work with individuals, because if they've been connected to us and even return, we at least know we've done some modeling of safety planning for them along the way, so that maybe each time they're better able to make better choices to protect them and their children. So thank you, Karen. And I'm just so amazed at our collaboration here in Tulsa through the continuum of care, through just with all of it. It's just we know it takes a community for any struggle that individuals encounter in our city. So, other thoughts or questions? Crisis line number in the chat. Yep.
I can also share this presentation
PowerPoint?
with all the attendees too, because it's got your information in it as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. You get my chat open. And
So
put
the
that.
question is, the client says that this wasn't helpful to them. What do you tell people in those kinds of situations? Because they didn't know what else to do.
Yep. If somebody says that they weren't helpful, I would find out maybe who they talked to. You might call and ask if again, with their permission, or maybe you even help them call and ask to speak to a supervisor. And you can always you can call and ask for me, Rose Turner, and we can see what the situation is, because we'll deal with complaints, we'll deal with what maybe had occurred. Is there something else we could have done, or is the complaint because we weren't able to fulfill what they actually wanted to be done? But certainly talking to people, to individuals further, we are always all about that, clearing up any miscommunications, anything like that.
Rose, I think sometimes those things come from, can you talk a little bit about who has access to the emergency shelter and when lethality has to come into play for people that you can serve in the emergency shelter?
Yes. Like I mentioned earlier, shelters, most of the DV shelters are pretty maxed out every single day, but that doesn't mean we can't help somebody. So somebody may be in a safe place with a friend. And maybe the friend's like, look, you need to find another place to stay. And they call for shelter. That may not rise to the level of lethality, because right now they do have a safe place to stay. I know the friend may be saying you need to go. So what we'll try to do is we'll try to problem solve. What are some things you need? Is there something maybe with the friend we can work out? Maybe it's been a drain on that friend's financial situation. Are there resources we can get you? Or who are some other individuals we can maybe connect you with to provide you with a safe arena? And also, what are some of the other programs in order to get you on your own feet in your own housing situation? Because we have a transitional housing, which is a 20 apartment program, which of course has a wait list. It's not immediate. And we have worked with rapid rehousing. We have collaboration with the Tulsa Day Center, and then are involved in this continuum of care. But some of the other options with when they don't qualify for the high lethality component is we'll always do safety planning. We'll look to see, are there resources outside? We've become such a transient nation. Sometimes we have friends and family in other places that maybe we can connect individuals to. So we'll process with them about, where's a place you feel safe? Where do you have safe individuals? If they don't, we're just going to continue to peel that onion back to see how can we set up a good, safe environment, safe place to stay for them. And it could be a shelter that is not a DV shelter. Now, I know our shelter is fairly new. It's about 5 years. No, it's about 7 years old, but it's fairly new. So people are like, no, I only want to come to your shelter. And we're like, that's not feasible right now. Yeah, that becomes a challenge. But we're always going to try to work with how can we keep you safe in the best manner possible right now. Did that answer your question, Erin?
Yep, I think that's sometimes hard for people to understand is the capacity and that sort of stuff. So
Yeah.
it's hard to
And
explain that piece.
it is. And we have a list of all the shelters across the state, which shelters have to hear from the individual themselves about what's going on. And again, if people aren't acknowledging the depth of what's going on, they may not also rise to that higher. And I'm not saying people should make anything up, but again, it's harder to convey sometimes and share with individuals that you don't know. Karen asked, how long can people stay in our shelter? We like to target anywhere from 30 to 45 days because it is a temporary place in our shelter. We have advocates assigned to individuals. Again, it's a voluntary program, which is sometimes hard to grasp. People are like, well, you need to make them do this. We can't make them do anything, but what we're gonna offer is, focus on how do we obtain permanent housing, safe permanent housing for you, or what's the pathway to that? And we'll give them the resources, fill out applications with them, take them to different apartments to, get applications that maybe aren't within the other, some of our other programs, get them, on rapid rehousing lists. We'll also work with them in terms of getting a job. We call it an empowerment center where they can get on computers at any time of the day or night if they're in the shelter to be looking for jobs, because we know most of the jobs nowadays, not like when I was first out of school, you apply online. So we get them to do that. We'll help them get documents. Now, there are certain individuals who've been there much longer than 45 days. We have one individual who's been there actually a year, which is a really long time to be in a shelter, but we're still trying to secure documents from another country. That has been very, very difficult. But while they're at the shelter, we also have groups they can go to and attend to. We have gotten all of our staff trained in DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy skills in terms of coping skills that are used with PTSD. And so they have the option to go to that. We have yoga. We also have within the shelter, a 3-star daycare center. So that individuals who have to go to court or have to go to work can leave their child in the daycare center. And so we also, get the families. So we have singles, we have a singles hallway, we have a families hallway, because even though singles might like kids, they might not always want to be around kids. So we have those separate hallways, but we help the families who are there get kids involved in school, make sure they get there. And boy, bus transportation systems with schools this year are hard. The McKinney-Vento Act, says that they're supposed to come get kids. But it's hard just to get kids from the bus stop to school because there's on time. We've had calls to parents about, well, your child just arrived at school. It's 2 hours late because the buses were late. And anyway. So the point in them staying at the shelter is to get them moving on the path of permanence for themselves. If somebody's not doing anything, they aren't, they have to sign up to meet with their advocate. But if they're not doing anything and they're just sleeping and eating, granted they're safe, but this is not a hotel. So then we'll talk to them about, this is your transition date. We need to move you on because we have individuals who really want to work the program, not as a punishment, but it is not just a hotel. So we have to have individuals working towards moving towards some type of permanency within their life. Other thoughts or questions? We also partner with Family and Children's, that if individuals who are having challenges with substance use and abuse, that we can get them that support through Family and Children's. Although I will say many individuals are not at that point to do so. I'm reading the chat. Yes, Tarika, that's and that always kind of grabs your heart in terms of those scary situations. You might suggest to her, if she's not interested in emergency transfer, if she needs some, support because of that close proximity and everything regarding the DV possibilities there, maybe to reach out and maybe even get involved in a group. At our agency, we do individual counseling, which of course there's a wait list. Unfortunately, all across Tulsa, there's wait lists for individual, but we have groups that start, and there can be process groups dealing with DV. There's another type of group called STEP, Survivor Therapy Empowerment. It's that's a 12-week group. But she might want to just become involved in a support group that meets weekly through Divis, because when people hear other people are experiencing the same things, it helps them reach out to more. It breaks down the barriers about reaching out for help, and it helps them make choices that they don't feel like they're going through it alone. So that's always an option too, Tarika. Other thoughts or questions? I appreciate, thank you, Shelley. I appreciate you all listening today. Had we been in person, I would have been walking around to the tables. But
It's a different environment, huh?
it is. I teach a class at TCC and during the year, in the spring of the semester, and then I teach one class at the OU MSW program, Understanding Child Abuse and Neglect in the summer. And during COVID, it was like, oh, yeah. It was just so hard.
I know.
So
thank you so much, Rose. Everyone, I will send out Rose's presentation to the people who are registered. And if you have any questions, her contact information is on there. And if you have any questions about Away Home for Tulsa, we will be planning additional training sessions soon. And we will send those out to that listserv. So keep an eye. We'll also post them on our social media channels.
Thanks,
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.